Hi, my dear adventurers, it's Fox. Welcome back to our cozy haven, where the whispers of the world fade into gentle echoes and dreams of magic await. Tonight, I've got for you a cozy collection of folk tales from the brothers Grimm. I recently came across a site with the full translated stories and picked out some of my favorites, along with lesser-known gems. These tales can be as enchanting as they are macabre, and they've actually inspired so many of the modern stories we come across these days. See if you can pick up on some of those inspirations as we go through them. From the classics like Snow White and Little Red Cap, to the more obscure adventures of the 12 Huntsmen and the Old Woman in the Woods, there's a treasure trove of stories that await. I'd love to hear what your favorite Grimm fairy tales are. And for now, let the stories begin. First, let's take a moment to just relax and unwind. Find a comfortable place to sit or lie down where you can feel completely at ease. Gently close your eyes and enjoy a moment to simply be. Take a slow, deep breath in, feeling the air fill your lungs, and then release it slowly, letting go of any tension with each exhalation. Your shoulders, your arms, your legs, all becoming wonderfully weightless. Now, as we settle into this state of relaxation, let's travel back to the late 18th century in Germany, to the small town of Hanau, where two brothers, Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm, were born. Growing up during a time of political turmoil and social change, the Grimm brothers found comfort and inspiration in the folk tales and legends told to them by their family and neighbors. These stories were not merely bedtime tales, but an integral part of their cultural heritage. Jacob and Wilhelm's passion for collecting these folk tales was driven by a desire to preserve the oral traditions that were in danger of disappearing. They traveled across Germany, listening to peasants, villagers, and travelers, meticulously documenting each story with an eye for authenticity and detail. Their work culminated in the publication of Kinder- und Hausmärchen, Children's and Household Tales, in 1812, a collection that would eventually include over 200 stories. The initial reception of their collection was mixed. While some praised the Grimms for their efforts to preserve German folklore, others criticized the stories for being too dark and unsuitable for children. As you listen to some of the stories tonight, you may find yourself agreeing with them, or at least scratching your head a little at the more macabre ones. Despite this criticism, the tales quickly gained popularity, spreading beyond Germany and captivating readers across Europe. Their tales, with their universal themes of good versus evil, bravery and cunning, resonated with people of all ages and backgrounds. In the 20th century, the Grimm brothers' tales found a new audience. Walt Disney recognized the timeless appeal of these stories and used them as a foundation for his burgeoning empire. Disney's adaptations of Grimm tales, such as Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Cinderella, and Sleeping Beauty, transformed these stories into beloved animated classics. Disney's versions, while more sanitized and family-friendly than the original tales, retained the core elements that made the Grimm stories so compelling. The enchanting settings, the memorable characters, and the moral lessons continued to captivate audiences, bringing the tales to life in a way that was accessible to children and adults alike. Today, we see the influence of the Grimm brothers' tales everywhere, from books and movies to television shows and video games. Their stories have been reimagined and retold countless times, each version adding a new layer to the rich history of folklore they helped preserve. As you relax and settle in for tonight's stories, appreciate the historical significance and lasting impact of the Grimm brothers' folktales. Let their legacy guide you through these timeless stories, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling. The Juniper Tree. Long ago, at least 2,000 years, there was a rich man who had a beautiful and pious wife, and they loved each other dearly. However, they had no children, though they wished very much to have some. And the woman prayed for them day and night, but they didn't get any. In front of their house, there was a courtyard where there stood a juniper tree. One day in winter, the woman was standing beneath it, peeling herself an apple. And while she was thus peeling the apple, she cut her finger, and the blood fell into the snow. "Oh," said the woman. She sighed heavily, looked at the blood before her, and was most unhappy. "If only I had a child as red as blood and as white as snow." And as she said that, she became quite contented and felt sure that it was going to happen. Then she went into the house, and a month went by, and the snow was gone, and 2 months, and everything was green, and 3 months, and all the flowers came out of the earth, and 4 months, and all the trees in the woods grew thicker, and the green branches were all entwined in one another, and the birds sang until the woods resounded, and the blossoms fell from the trees. Then the 5th month passed, and she stood beneath the juniper tree, which smelled so sweet that her heart jumped for joy, and she fell on her knees and was beside herself. And when the 6th month was over, the fruit was thick and large. And then she was quite still. And after the 7th month, she picked the juniper berries and ate them greedily. Then she grew sick and sorrowful. Then the 8th month passed, and she called her husband to her and cried and said, "If I die, then bury me beneath the juniper tree." Then she was quite comforted and happy until the next month was over. And then she had a child as white as snow and as red as blood. And when she saw it, she was so happy that she died. Her husband buried her beneath the juniper tree, and he began to cry bitterly. After some time, he was more at ease, and although he still cried, he could bear it. And some time later, he took another wife. He had a daughter by the 2nd wife, but the first wife's child was a little son, and he was as red as blood and as white as snow. When the woman looked at her daughter, She loved her very much. But then she looked at the little boy, and it pierced her heart. For she thought that he would always stand in her way, and she was always thinking how she could get the entire inheritance for her daughter. And the evil one filled her mind with this until she grew very angry with the little boy. And she pushed him from one corner to the other, and slapped him here and cuffed him there, until the poor child was always afraid, for when he came home from school, there was nowhere he could find any peace. One day, the woman had gone upstairs to her room when her little daughter came up too and said, "Mother, give me an apple." "Yes, my child," said the woman, and gave her a beautiful apple out of the chest. The chest had a large, heavy lid with a large, sharp iron lock. "Mother," said the little daughter, "is brother not to have one too?" This made the woman angry, but she said, "Yes, when he comes home from school." When from the window she saw him coming, it was as though the evil one came over her. And she grabbed the apple and took it away from her daughter, saying, "You shall not have one before your brother." She threw the apple into the chest and shut it. Then the little boy came in the door, and the evil one made her say to him kindly, "My son, do you want an apple?" And she looked at him fiercely. "Mother," said the little boy, "how angry you look. Yes, give me an apple." Then it seemed to her as if she had to persuade him. "Come with me," she said, opening the lid of the chest. "Take out an apple for yourself." And while the little boy was leaning over, the evil one prompted her, and crash, she slammed down the lid, and his head flew off, falling among the red apples. Then fear overcame her, and she thought, "Maybe I can get out of this." So she went upstairs to her room, to her chest of drawers, and took a white scarf out of the top drawer, and set the head on the neck again, tying the scarf around it so that nothing could be seen. Then she set him on a chair in front of the door and put the apple in his hand. After this, Marlene came into the kitchen to her mother, who was standing by the fire with a pot of hot water before her, which she was stirring around and around. "Mother," said Marlene, "brother is sitting at the door, and he looks totally white and has an apple in his hand. I asked him to give me the apple, but he did not answer me, and I was very frightened." "Go back to him," said her mother, "and if he will not answer you, then box his ears." So Marlene went to him and said, "Brother, give me the apple." But he was silent, so she gave him one on the ear, and his head fell off. Marlene was terrified and began crying and screaming, and ran to her mother and said, "Oh, mother, I have knocked my brother's head off." And she cried and cried and could not be comforted. "Marlene," said the mother, "what have you done? Be quiet and don't let anyone know about it. It cannot be helped now. We will cook him into stew." Then the mother took the little boy and chopped him in pieces, put him into the pot, and cooked him into stew. But Marlene stood by, crying and crying, and all her tears fell into the pot, and they did not need any salt. Then the father came home and sat down at the table and said, where is my son?" And the mother served up a large dish of stew. And Marlene cried and could not stop. Then the father said again, "Where is my son?" "Oh," said the mother, "he has gone across the country to his mother's great uncle. He will stay there a while." "What is he doing there? He did not even say goodbye to me." "He wanted to go and asked me if he could stay 6 weeks. He will be well taken care of there." "Oh," said the man, "I am unhappy. It isn't right. He should have said goodbye to me." With that, he began to eat, saying, "Marlene, why are you crying? Your brother will certainly come back." Then he said, "Wife, this food is delicious. Give me some more." And the more he ate, the more he wanted, and he said, "Give me some more. You two shall have none of it. It seems to me as if it were all mine." And he ate and ate, throwing all the bones under the table until he had finished it all. Marlene went to her chest of drawers, took her best silk scarf from the bottom drawer, and gathered all the bones from beneath the table and tied them up in her silk scarf, then carried them outside the door, crying tears of blood. She laid them down beneath the juniper tree on the green grass, and after she had put them there, she suddenly felt better and did not cry anymore. Then the juniper tree began to move. The branches moved apart, then moved together again, just as if someone were rejoicing and clapping his hands. At the same time, a mist seemed to rise from the tree, and in the center of this mist, it burned like a fire, and a beautiful bird flew out of the fire singing magnificently, and it flew high into the air. And when it was gone, the juniper tree was just as it had been before, and the cloth with the bones was no longer there. Marlene, however, was as happy and contented as if her brother was still alive. And she went merrily into the house, sat down at the table, and ate. Then the bird flew away and lit on a goldsmith's house and began to sing. "My mother, she killed me. My father, he ate me. My sister Marlene gathered all my bones, tied them in a silken scarf, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Tweet, tweet. What a beautiful bird am I." The goldsmith was sitting in his workshop making a golden chain when he heard the bird sitting on his roof and singing. The song seemed very beautiful to him. He stood up, but as he crossed the threshold, he lost one of his slippers. However, he went right up the middle of the street with only one slipper and one sock on. He had his leather apron on, and in one hand he had a golden chain, and in the other his tongs. The sun was shining brightly on the street. Then he called in at his door, "Wife, come outside. There is a bird here. Look at this bird. He certainly can sing." Then he called his daughter and her children, and the journeyman, and the apprentice, and the maid, and they all came out into the street and looked at the bird and saw how beautiful he was, and what fine red and green feathers he had, and how his neck was like pure gold, and how his eyes shone like stars in his head. "Now sing that song again for me," said the shoemaker. "No," said the bird, I do not sing twice for nothing. You must give me something." "Wife," said the man, "go into the shop. There is a pair of red shoes on the top shelf. Bring them down." Then the wife went and brought the shoes. "There, bird," said the man, "now sing that piece again for me." Then the bird came and took the shoes in his left claw and flew back to the roof and sang. "My mother, she killed me. My father, he ate me. My sister Marlene gathered all my bones, tied them in a silken scarf, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Tweet, tweet, what a beautiful bird am I." When he had finished his song, he flew away. In his right claw, he had the chain, and in his left one, the shoes. He flew far away to a mill, and the mill went clickety-clack. In the mill sat 20 miller's apprentices cutting a stone and chiseling chip-chop. And the mill went clickety-clack. Then the bird went and sat on a linden tree, which stood in front of the mill, and sang, "My mother, she killed me." Then one of them stopped working. "My father, he ate me." Then 2 more stopped working and listened. With every line he sang, more and more stopped until the last one stopped also and heard the last words. "Bird," said he, "how beautifully you sing. Let me hear that too. Sing it once more for me." "No," said the bird, "I do not sing twice for nothing. Give me the millstone, and then I will sing it again." "Yes," he said, "if it belonged only to me, you should have it." "Indeed," said the others, "if he sings again, he can have it." Then the bird came down, and the 20 millers took a beam and lifted the stone up. The bird stuck his neck through the hole and put the stone on as if it were a collar, then flew to the tree again and sang. When he was finished singing, he spread his wings, and in his right claw he had the chain, and in his left one the shoes, and around his neck the millstone. He flew far away to his father's house. In the room, the father, the mother, and Marlene were sitting at the table. The father said, "I feel so contented. I am so happy." "Not I," said the mother. "I feel uneasy, just as if a bad storm were coming." But Marlene just sat and cried and cried. Then the bird flew up, and as it seated itself on the roof, the father said, "Oh, I feel so truly happy. And the sun is shining so beautifully outside. I feel as if I were about to see some old acquaintance again." "Not I," said the woman. "I'm so afraid that my teeth are chattering, and I feel like I have fire in my veins." And she tore open her bodice even more. Marlene sat in a corner crying. She held a handkerchief before her eyes and cried until it was wet clear through. Then the bird seated itself on the juniper tree and sang, "My mother, she killed me." The mother stopped her ears and shut her eyes, not wanting to see or hear. But there was a roaring in her ears like the fiercest storm, and her eyes burned and flashed like lightning. "My father, he ate me." "Oh, mother," said the man, "that is a beautiful bird. He is singing so splendidly, and the sun is shining so warmly, and it smells like pure cinnamon." My sister, Marlene. Then Marlene laid her head on her knees and cried and cried. But the man said, "I'm going out. I must see the bird up close." "Don't go," said the woman. "I feel as if the whole house were shaking and on fire." But the man went out and looked at the bird, gathered all my bones, tied them in a silken scarf, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Tweet, tweet, what a beautiful bird am I. With this, the bird dropped the golden chain, and it fell right around the man's neck, so exactly around it that it fit beautifully. Then the man went in and said, "Just look what a beautiful bird that is, and what a beautiful golden chain he has given me, and how nice it looks." But the woman was terrified. She fell down on the floor in the room, and her cap fell off her head. Then the bird sang once more. "My mother killed me. I wish I were 1,000 fathoms beneath the earth, so I would not have to hear that. My father, he ate me." Then the woman fell down as if she were dead. My sister, Marlene. "Oh," said Marlene. "I too will go out and see if the bird will give me something." Then she went out, gathered all my bones, tied them in a silken scarf. He threw the shoes down to her, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Tweet, tweet, what a beautiful bird am I. Then she was contented and happy. She put on the new red shoes and danced and leapt into the house. "Oh," she said, "I was so sad when I went out, and now I am so contented. That is a splendid bird. He has given me a pair of red shoes." "No," said the woman, jumping to her feet and with her hair standing up like flames of fire. "I feel as if the world were coming to an end. I too will go out and see if it makes me feel better." And as she went out the door, crash! The bird threw the millstone on her head, and it crushed her to death. The father and Marlene heard it and went out. Smoke, flames, and fire were rising from the place. And when that was over, the little brother was standing there. And he took his father and Marlene by the hand, and all three were very happy. And they went into the house, sat down at the table, and ate. Little Snow White. Once upon a time, in midwinter, when the snowflakes were falling like feathers from heaven, a queen sat sewing at her window, which had a frame of black ebony wood. As she sewed, she looked up at the snow and pricked her finger with her needle. 3 drops of blood fell into the snow. The red on the white looked so beautiful that she thought to herself, "If only I had a child as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as the wood in this frame." Soon afterward, she had a little daughter who was as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as ebony wood. And therefore they called her Little Snow White. And as soon as the child was born, the queen died. A year later, the king took himself another wife. She was a beautiful woman, but she was proud and arrogant, and she could not stand it if anyone might surpass her in beauty. She had a magic mirror. Every morning she stood before it, looked at herself, and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all?" To this the mirror answered, "You, my queen, are fairest of all." Then she was satisfied, for she knew that the mirror spoke the truth. Snow White grew up and became ever more beautiful. When she was 7 years old, she was as beautiful as the light of day, even more beautiful than the queen herself. One day, when the queen asked her mirror, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all?" it answered, "You, my queen, are fair, it is true. But Snow White is 1,000 times fairer than you." The queen took fright and turned yellow and green with envy. From that hour on, whenever she looked at Snow White, her heart turned over inside her body. So great was her hatred for the girl. The envy and pride grew ever greater, like a weed in her heart, until she had no peace day and night. Then she summoned a huntsman and said to him, "Take Snow White out into the woods. I never want to see her again. Kill her, and as proof that she is dead, bring her lungs and her liver back to me." The huntsman obeyed and took Snow White into the woods. He took out his hunting knife and was about to stab it into her innocent heart, when she began to cry, saying, "Oh, dear huntsman, let me live. I will run into the wild woods and never come back." Because she was so beautiful, the huntsman took pity on her, and he said, "Run away, you poor child." He thought, "The wild animals will soon devour you anyway." But still, it was as if a stone had fallen from his heart, for he would not have to kill her. Just then, a young boar came running by. He killed it, cut out its lungs and liver, and took them back to the queen as proof of Snow White's death. The cook had to boil them with salt, and the wicked woman ate them, supposing that she had eaten Snow White's lungs and liver. The poor child was now all alone in the great forest, and she was so afraid that she just looked at all the leaves on the trees and did not know what to do. Then she began to run. She ran over sharp stones and through thorns, and wild animals jumped at her, but they did her no harm. She ran as far as her feet could carry her, and just as evening was about to fall, she saw a little house and went inside in order to rest. Inside the house, everything was small, but so neat and clean that no one could say otherwise. There was a little table with a white tablecloth and 7 little plates, and each plate had a spoon, and there were 7 knives and forks and 7 mugs as well. Against the wall there were 7 little beds, all standing in a row and covered with snow-white sheets. Because she was so hungry and thirsty, Snow White ate a few vegetables and a little bread from each little plate, and from each mug she drank a drop of wine. Afterward, because she was so tired, she lay down on a bed, but none of them felt right. One was too long, the other too short, until finally the 7th one was just right. She remained lying in it, entrusted herself to God, and fell asleep. After dark, the masters of the house returned home. They were the 7 dwarfs who picked and dug for ore in the mountains. They lit their 7 candles, and as soon as it was light in their house, they saw that someone had been there. For not everything was in the same order as they had left it. The first one said, "Who has been sitting in my chair?" The second one, "Who has been eating from my plate?" The third one, "Who has been eating my bread?" The fourth one, "Who has been eating my vegetables?" The fifth one, "Who has been sticking with my fork?" The sixth one, "Who has been cutting with my knife?" The seventh one, "Who has been drinking from my mug?" Then the first one saw that there was a little imprint in his bed and said, "Who stepped on my bed?" The others came running up and shouted, "Someone has been lying in mine as well." But the seventh one, looking at his bed, found Snow White lying there asleep. The 7 dwarfs all came running up, and they cried out with amazement. They fetched their 7 candles and shone the light on Snow White. "Oh, good heaven," they cried, "this child is so beautiful." They were so happy that they did not wake her up, but let her continue to sleep there in the bed. The 7th dwarf had to sleep with his companions, 1 hour with each one, and then the night was done. The next morning, Snow White woke up, and when she saw the 7 dwarfs, she was frightened. But they were friendly and asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Snow White," she answered. "How did you find your way to our house?" the dwarfs asked further. Then she told them that her stepmother had tried to kill her, that the huntsman had spared her life, and that she had run the entire day, finally coming to their house. The dwarf said, "If you will keep house for us, and cook, make beds, wash, sew, and knit, and keep everything clean and orderly, then you can stay with us, and you shall have everything that you want." "Yes," said Snow White, "with all my heart." So she kept house for them. Every morning, they went into the mountains looking for ore and gold. And in the evening, when they came back home, their meal had to be ready. During the day, the girl was alone. The good dwarves warned her, saying, "Be careful about your stepmother. She will soon know that you are here. Do not let anyone in." Now the queen, believing that she had eaten Snow White's lungs and liver, could only think that she was again the first and the most beautiful woman of all. She stepped before her mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all?" It answered, "You, my queen, are fair, it is true. But Snow White, beyond the mountains, with the 7 dwarfs, is still 1,000 times fairer than you." This startled the queen, for she knew that the mirror did not lie. And she realized that the huntsman had deceived her, and that Snow White was still alive. Then she thought and thought again how she could kill Snow White. For as long as she was not the most beautiful woman in the entire land, her envy would give her no rest. At last, she thought of something. Coloring her face, she disguised herself as an old peddler woman so that no one would recognize her. In this disguise, she went to the house of the 7 dwarfs. Knocking on the door, she called out, "Beautiful wares for sale." Snow White peered out the window and said, "Good day, dear woman. What do you have for sale?" "Good wares, beautiful wares," she answered. "Bodice laces in all colours." And she took out one that was braided from colourful silk. "Would you like this one?" "I can let that honest woman in," thought Snow White, then unbolted the door and bought the pretty bodice lace. "Child," said the old woman, "how you look. Come, let me lace you up properly." The unsuspecting Snow White stood before her and let her do up the new lace. But the old woman pulled so quickly and so hard that Snow White could not breathe. "You used to be the most beautiful one," said the old woman, and hurried away. Not long afterward, in the evening time, the 7 dwarfs came home. How terrified they were when they saw their dear Snow White lying on the ground, not moving at all, as though she were dead. They lifted her up, and seeing that she was too tightly laced, they cut the lace in two. Then she began to breathe a little, and little by little she came back to life. When the dwarfs heard what had happened, they said, "The old peddler woman was no one else but the godless queen. Take care and let no one in when we are not with you." When the wicked woman returned home, she went to her mirror and asked, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all?" The mirror answered once again, "You, my queen, are fair, it is true. But Snow White, beyond the mountains, with the 7 dwarfs, is still 1,000 times fairer than you." When she heard that, all her blood ran to her heart, because she knew that Snow White had come back to life. "This time," she said, "I shall think of something that will destroy you." Then, with the art of witchcraft, which she understood, she made a poisoned comb. Then she disguised herself, taking the form of a different old woman. Thus she went across the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarves, knocked on the door and called out, "Good wares for sale, for sale." Snow White looked out and said, "Go on your way. I am not allowed to let anyone in." "You surely may take a look," said the old woman, pulling out the poisoned comb and holding it up. The child liked it so much that she let herself be deceived, and she opened the door. After they had agreed on the purchase, the old woman said, "Now let me comb your hair properly." She had barely stuck the comb into Snow White's hair when the poison took effect, and the girl fell down unconscious. "You specimen of beauty," said the wicked woman, "now you are finished." And she walked away. Fortunately, it was almost evening, and the 7 dwarves came home. When they saw Snow White lying on the ground as if she were dead, they immediately suspected her stepmother. They examined her and found the poisoned comb. They had scarcely pulled it out when Snow White came to herself again and told them what had happened. Once again, they warned her to be on guard and not to open the door for anyone. Back at home, the queen stepped before her mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all? The mirror answered, You, my queen, are fair. It is true. But Snow White, beyond the mountains with the 7 dwarfs, is still 1,000 times fairer than you. When the queen heard the mirror saying this, she shook and trembled with anger. Snow White shall die, she shouted, if it costs me my life. Then she went into her most secret room. No one else was allowed inside. And she made a sickly, poisoned apple. From the outside it was beautiful, white with red cheeks, and anyone who saw it would want it. But anyone who might eat a little piece of it would die. Then, colouring her face, she disguised herself as a peasant woman, and thus went across the 7 mountains to the 7 dwarfs. She knocked on the door. Snow White stuck her head out the window and said, I am not allowed to let anyone in. The dwarfs have forbidden me to do so. That is all right with me, answered the peasant woman. I'll easily get rid of my apples. Here, I'll give you one of them. No, said Snow White, I cannot accept anything. Are you afraid of poison? Asked the old woman. Look, I'll cut the apple in 2. You eat the red half, and I shall eat the white half. Now the apple had been so artfully made that only the red half was poisoned. Snow White longed for the beautiful apple, and when she saw that the peasant woman was eating part of it, she could no longer resist. And she stuck her hand out and took the poisoned half. She barely had a bite in her mouth when she fell to the ground dead. The queen looked at her with a gruesome stare, laughed loudly, and said, White as snow, red as blood, black as ebony wood. This time the dwarfs cannot awaken you. Back at home, she asked her mirror, 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 on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all? It finally answered, You, my queen, are fairest of all. Then her envious heart was at rest, as well as an envious heart can be at rest. When the dwarves came home that evening, they found Snow White lying on the ground. She was not breathing at all. She was dead. They lifted her up and looked for something poisonous. They undid her laces. They combed her hair. They washed her with water and wine. But nothing helped. The dear child was dead, and she remained dead. They laid her on a bier, and all 7 sat next to her, and mourned for her, and cried for 3 days. They were going to bury her, but she still looked as fresh as a living person, and still had her beautiful red cheeks. They said, We cannot bury her in the black earth. And they had a transparent glass coffin made, so she could be seen from all sides. They laid her inside, and with golden letters wrote on it her name, and that she was a princess. Then they put the coffin outside on a mountain, and one of them always stayed with it and watched over her. The animals too came and mourned for Snow White. First an owl, then a raven, and finally a dove. Snow White lay there in the coffin a long, long time, and she did not decay, but looked like she was asleep. For she was still as white as snow and as red as blood. and as black-haired as ebony wood. Now it came to pass that a prince entered these woods and happened onto the dwarf's house, where he sought shelter for the night. He saw the coffin on the mountain with beautiful Snow White in it, and he read what was written on it with golden letters. Then he said to the dwarves, "Let me have the coffin. I will give you anything you want for it." But the dwarves answered, "We will not sell it for all the gold in the world." Then he said, "Then give it to me, for I cannot live without being able to see Snow White. I will honor her and respect her as my most cherished one." As he thus spoke, the good dwarfs felt pity for him and gave him the coffin. The prince had his servants carry it away on their shoulders. But then it happened that one of them stumbled on some brush, and this dislodged from Snow White's throat the piece of poisoned apple that she had bitten off. Not long afterward, she opened her eyes, lifted the lid from her coffin, sat up, and was alive again. "Good heavens, where am I?" she cried out. The prince said joyfully, "You are with me." He told her what had happened and then said, "I love you more than anything else in the world. Come with me to my father's castle. You shall become my wife." Snow White loved him, and she went with him. Their wedding was planned with great splendor and majesty. Snow White's godless stepmother was also invited to the feast. After putting on her beautiful clothes, she stepped before her mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who in this land is fairest of all?" The mirror answered, "You, my queen, are fair, it is true. But the young queen is 1,000 times fairer than you." The wicked woman uttered a curse, and she became so frightened that she did not know what to do. At first, she did not want to go to the wedding, but she found no peace. She had to go and see the young queen. When she arrived, she recognized Snow White, and terrorized, she could only stand there without moving. Then they put a pair of iron shoes into burning coals. They were brought forth with tongs and placed before her. She was forced to step into the red-hot shoes and dance until she fell down dead. Little Red Cap. Once upon a time, there was a sweet little girl. Everyone who saw her liked her, but most of all, her grandmother, who did not know what to give the child next. Once she gave her a little cap made of red velvet, because it suited her so well, and she wanted to wear it all the time. She came to be known as the Little Red Cap. One day, her mother said to her, "Come, Little Red Cap. Here is a piece of cake and a bottle of wine. Take them to your grandmother. She is sick and weak, and they will do her well. Mind your manners and give her my greetings. Behave yourself on the way and do not leave the path, or you might fall down and break the glass, and then there will be nothing for your grandmother. And when you enter her parlor, don't forget to say good morning, and don't peer into all the corners first." "I'll do everything just right," said Little Red Cap, shaking her mother's hand. The grandmother lived out in the woods a half-hour from the village. When Little Red Cap entered the woods, a wolf came up to her. She did not know what a wicked animal he was, and was not afraid of him. "Good day to you, Little Red Cap." "Thank you, Wolf." "Where are you going so early, Little Red Cap?" "To grandmother's." "And what are you carrying under your apron?" "Grandmother is sick and weak, and I am taking her some cake and wine. We baked yesterday, and they should be good for her and give her strength." "Little Red Cap, just where does your grandmother live?" "Her house is good quarter-hour from here in the woods, under the 3 large oak trees. There's a hedge of hazel bushes there." "You must know the place," said Little Red Cap. The wolf thought to himself, "Now that sweet young thing is a tasty bite for me. She will taste even better than the old woman. You must be sly, and you can catch them both." He walked along a little while with Little Red Cap. Then he said, "Little Red Cap, just look at the beautiful flowers that are all around us. Why don't you go and take a look? And I don't believe you can hear how beautifully the birds are singing. You are walking along as though you were on your way to school. It is very beautiful in the woods." Little Red Cap opened her eyes, and when she saw the sunbeams dancing to and fro through the trees, and how the ground was covered with beautiful flowers, she thought, "If I take a fresh bouquet to grandmother, she will be very pleased. Anyway, it is still early, and I'll be home on time." And she ran off the path into the woods looking for flowers. Each time she picked one, she thought that she could see an even more beautiful one a little way off. And she ran after it, going further and further into the woods. But the wolf ran straight to the grandmother's house and knocked on the door. "Who's there?" "Little Red Cap, I'm bringing you some cake and wine. Open the door." "Just press the latch," called out the grandmother. "I'm too weak to get up." The wolf pressed the latch, and the door opened. He stepped inside, went straight to the grandmother's bed, and ate her up. Then he put on her clothes, put her cap on his head, got into her bed, and pulled the curtains shut. Little Red Cap had run after the flowers. After she had gathered so many that she could not carry any more, she remembered her grandmother, and then continued on her way to her house. She found, to her surprise, that the door was open. She walked into the parlor, and everything looked so strange that she thought, "Oh my God, why am I so afraid? I usually like it at grandmother's." She called out, "Good morning," but received no answer. Then she went to the bed and pulled back the curtains. Grandmother was lying there, with her cap pulled down over her face, and looking very strange. "Oh, grandmother, what big ears you have. All the better to hear you with. Oh, grandmother, what big eyes you have. All the better to see you with. Oh, grandmother, what big hands you have. All the better to grab you with. Oh, grandmother, what a horribly big mouth you have. All the better to eat you with." The wolf had scarcely finished speaking when he jumped from the bed with a single leap and ate up poor little Red Cap. As soon as the wolf had satisfied his desires, he climbed back into bed, fell asleep, and began to snore very loudly. A huntsman was just passing by. He thought, "The old woman is snoring so loudly. You'd better see if something is wrong with her." He stepped into the parlor, and when he approached the bed, he saw the wolf lying there. "So here I find you, you old sinner," he said. "I have been hunting for you a long time." He was about to aim his rifle when it occurred to him that the wolf might have eaten the grandmother, and that she still might be rescued. So instead of shooting, he took a pair of scissors and began to cut open the wolf's belly. After a few cuts, he saw the red cap shining through. And after a few more cuts, the girl jumped out, crying, "Oh, I was so frightened. It was so dark inside the wolf's body." And then the grandmother came out as well, alive, but hardly able to breathe. Then little Red Cap fetched some large stones. She filled the wolf's body with them, and when he woke up and tried to run away, the stones were so heavy that he immediately fell down dead. The three of them were happy. The huntsman skinned the wolf and went home with the pelt. The grandmother ate the cake and drank the wine that little Red Cap had brought. And little Red Cap thought, "As long as I live, I will never leave the path and run off into the woods by myself if mother tells me not to." Little Red Cap was taking some baked things to her grandmother another time, when another wolf spoke to her and wanted her to leave the path. But little Red Cap took care and went straight to grandmother's. She told her that she had seen the wolf and that he had wished her a good day, but had stared at her in a wicked manner. "If we hadn't been on a public road, he would have eaten me up," she said. "Come," said the grandmother, "let's lock the door so he can't get in." Soon afterward, the wolf knocked on the door and called out, "Open up, grandmother. It's little Red Cap, and I'm bringing you some baked things." They remained silent and did not open the door. The wicked wolf crept around the house several times and finally jumped onto the roof. He wanted to wait until little Red Cap went home that evening, then follow her and eat her up in the darkness. But the grandmother saw what he was up to. There was a large stone trough in front of the house. "Fetch a bucket, little Red Cap," she said to the child. "Yesterday, I cooked some sausage. Carry the water that I boiled them with to the trough." Little Red Cap carried water until the large, large trough was clear full. The smell of sausage arose into the wolf's nose. He sniffed and looked down, stretching his neck so long that he could no longer hold himself. And he began to slide. He slid off the roof, fell into the trough, and drowned. And little Red Cap returned home happily, and no one harmed her. The 12 Huntsmen. Once upon a time, there was a prince who had a fiancée whom he loved very much. Once, when he was sitting beside her very happily, news came that his father was deathly ill and wanted to see him before he died. Then he said to his beloved, I must now go and leave you. I give you a ring to remember me by. As soon as I am king, I will return and take you home with me. Then he rode away, and when he reached his father, the latter was mortally ill and near death. The king said to him, My dearest son, I wanted to see you one more time before my end. Promise me to marry the woman of my choice. And he named a certain princess who was to become his wife. The son was so grieved that without thinking he said, Yes, dear father, your will shall be done. Then the king closed his eyes and died. After the son had been proclaimed king and the period of mourning had passed, he had to keep the promise that he had given his father. He proposed marriage to the princess, and she was promised to him. His first fiancée heard about this and was so saddened by his faithlessness that she nearly died. Then her father said to her, Dearest child, why are you so sad? You shall have whatever you want. She thought for a moment and then said, Dear father, I want 11 girls exactly like myself in appearance, figure, and size. The father said, If it is possible, your wish shall be fulfilled. And he had his entire kingdom searched until 11 girls were found who were exactly like his daughter in appearance, figure, and size. When they came to the princess, she had 12 huntsmen's outfits made, each one like the others. The 11 girls put on the huntsmen's outfits, and she herself put on the 12th outfit. After this, she took leave of her father and rode away with them. They rode to the court of her former fiancé, whom she loved so dearly. There she asked if he needed any huntsmen, and if he would take all of them into his service. The king looked at her without recognizing her. Because they were such good-looking fellows, he said, yes, that he would willingly take them. And then they were the king's 12 huntsmen. Now, the king had a lion that was a miraculous animal, for he knew all hidden and secret things. It happened that one evening, the lion said to the king, You think that you have 12 huntsmen? Yes, said the king, they are 12 huntsmen. The lion continued, You are mistaken, they are 12 girls. The king said, That is absolutely not true. How can you prove that to me? Oh, just have some peas scattered in your antechamber, answered the lion, and then you shall soon see. Men have a firm step, and when they walk over the peas, none of them will be moved. On the other hand, girls trip and skip and shuffle their feet, rolling the peas about. The king liked this advice and had peas scattered on the floor. Now, one of the king's servants liked the huntsmen, and when he heard that they were going to be put to this test, he went to them and told them everything, saying, The lion wants to make the king believe that you are girls. The princess thanked him, then said to her girls, Be strong and step firmly on the peas. The next morning, the king had the 12 huntsmen called before him. When they came into the antechamber where the peas were lying, they stepped so firmly on them and had such a strong, sure walk that not one of the peas rolled or moved. After they had gone, the king said to the lion, "You lied to me. They walk just like men." The lion said, "They knew that we're going to be put to a test and acted like they were strong. Just have 12 spinning wheels brought into the antechamber. They will go up to them and admire them. No man would do that." The king liked this advice, and he had the spinning wheels set up in the antechamber. But the servant who was honest with the huntsman went to them and told them about the proposal. So when they were alone, the princess said to her 11 girls, "Be strong and do not look around at the spinning wheels." The next morning, when the king had his 12 huntsmen summoned, they walked through the antechamber without looking at the spinning wheels at all. Then the king again said to the lion, "You lied to me. They are men, for they did not look at the spinning wheels." The lion answered, "They knew that they were going to be put to a test and acted like they were strong." The king, however, refused to believe the lion anymore. The 12 huntsmen always accompanied the king hunting, and the longer he knew them, the better he liked them. Now, it happened that once, when they were out hunting, news came that the king's bride was approaching. When the true bride heard this, it hurt her so much that it almost broke her heart, and she fainted and fell to the ground. Thinking that something had happened to his dear huntsman, the king ran up to him in order to help him. Pulling the huntsman's glove off, he saw the ring that he had given to his first fiancée. And when he looked into her face, he recognized her. Then his heart was so touched that he kissed her. And when she opened her eyes, he said, "You are mine, and I am yours, and no one in the world can change that." He sent a messenger to the other bride and asked her to return to her own kingdom. For as he informed her, he already had a wife, and someone who had found an old key did not need a new one. After this, their wedding was celebrated, and the lion was accepted back into favor, because, after all, he had told the truth. The ungrateful son. Once, a man was sitting with his wife before their front door. They had a roasted chicken, which they were about to eat together. Then the man saw that his aged father was approaching, and he hastily took the chicken and hid it, for he did not want to share it with him. The old man came, had a drink, and went away. Now the son wanted to put the roasted chicken back onto the table. But when he reached for it, it had turned into a large toad, which jumped onto his face and sat there and never went away again. If anyone tried to remove it, it looked venomously at them, as though it would jump into their face, so that no one dared to touch it. And the ungrateful son was forced to feed the toad every day, or else it would eat from his face. And thus he went to and fro in the world without rest. Choosing a bride. There was a young herdsman who wanted very much to marry, and was acquainted with 3 sisters. Each one was just as beautiful as the other, so it was difficult for him to make a choice. He could not decide to give the preference to any one of them. Then he asked his mother for advice. And she said, "Invite all three and set some cheese before them and watch how they cut off a slice." The youth did so. The first one, she ate the cheese with the rind on. The second one, she hastily cut the rind off the cheese, but she cut it so quickly that she left much good cheese with it and threw that away also. The third one, she peeled the rind off carefully and cut neither too much nor too little. The shepherd told all this to his mother, who said, "Take the third for your wife." This he did, and lived contentedly and happily with her. Old Sultan. A farmer had a faithful dog named Sultan, who had grown old and lost all his teeth, and could no longer hold on to anything. One day the farmer was standing with his wife before the house door, and said, "Tomorrow I intend to shoot old Sultan. He is no longer of any use." His wife, who felt pity for the faithful animal, answered, "He has served us so long and been so faithful that we might well give him his keep." "What?" said the man. "You are not very bright. He doesn't have a tooth left in his mouth, and no thief is afraid of him. He can go now. If he has served us, he has eaten well for it." The poor dog, who was lying stretched out in the sun not far off, heard everything and was sorry that tomorrow was to be his last day. He had a good friend, the wolf, and he crept out in the evening into the forest to him and complained of the fate that awaited him. "Listen, kinsman," said the wolf, "be of good cheer. I will help you out of your trouble. I have thought of something. Tomorrow, early in the morning, your master is going with his wife to make hay. And they will take their little child with them, for no one will be left behind in the house. While they are at work, they lay the child behind the hedge in the shade. You lie down there too, just as if you wanted to guard it. Then I will come out of the woods and carry off the child. You must run swiftly after me, as if you would take it away from me. I will let it fall, and you will take it back to its parents, who will think that you have rescued it and will be far too grateful to do you any harm. On the contrary, you will be treated royally, and they will never let you want for anything again." This idea pleased the dog, and it was carried out just as planned. The father screamed when he saw the wolf running across the field with his child. But when old Sultan brought it back, he was full of joy and stroked him and said, "Not a hair of yours shall be hurt. You shall eat free bread as long as you live." And to his wife he said, "Go home at once, and make old Sultan some bread soup that he will not have to bite, and bring the pillow from my bed. I will give it to him to lie on." From then on, old Sultan was as well off as he could possibly wish. Soon afterwards, the wolf visited him and was pleased that everything had succeeded so well. "But kinsman," he said, "you will just close one eye if, when I have a chance, I carry off one of your master's fat sheep." "Don't count on that," answered the dog. "I will remain true to my master. I cannot agree to that." The wolf thought that this was not spoken in earnest, and he crept up in the night to take away the sheep. But the farmer, to whom the faithful sultan had told the wolf's plan, was waiting for him and combed his hair cruelly with a flail. The wolf had to flee, but he cried out to the dog, "Just wait, you scoundrel, you'll regret this." The next morning, the wolf sent the boar to challenge the dog to come out into the forest and settle the affair. Old Sultan could find no one to be his second but a cat with only 3 legs. As they went out together, the poor cat limped along, stretching its tail upward with pain. The wolf and his friend were already at the appointed place. But when they saw their enemy coming, they thought that he was bringing a saber with him, for they mistook the cat's outstretched tail for one. And when the poor animal hopped on 3 legs, they thought that each time it was picking up a stone to throw at them. Then they took fright. The wild boar crept into the underbrush, and the wolf jumped up a tree. As the dog and the cat approached, they wondered why no one was to be seen. The wild boar, however, had not been able to hide himself completely in the leaves. His ears were still sticking out, while the cat was looking cautiously about. The boar wiggled his ears, and the cat, who thought it was a mouse, jumped on it and bit down hard. The boar jumped up, screaming loudly, "The guilty one is up in the tree." The dog and cat looked up and saw the wolf, who was ashamed for having shown such fear, and who then made peace with the dog. The Little Lamb and the Little Fish. Once upon a time, there were a little brother and a little sister who loved each other with all their hearts. Their own mother, however, was dead, and they had a stepmother who was not kind to them. She secretly did everything she could to hurt them. It so happened that the 2 of them were playing with other children in a meadow in front their house. There was a pond in the meadow that came up to one side of the house. The children ran around it, caught one another, and played a counting out game. "Eeny, meeny, let me live, and to you, my bird, I'll give. The little bird will bring me straw. The straw I'll give then to the cow, for which the cow will give me milk. The milk I'll to the baker take, with which he then will bake a cake. The cake I'll then give to the cat. Little cat will catch some mice for that. The mice I'll hang up in the smoke, and after that I'll cut them up." While playing this game, they stood in a circle. The one to whom they were pointing when they said, "Cut them up," had to run away, and all the others would run after them and catch them. While they were thus running about so joyfully, the stepmother was watching them from the window and grew angry. Because she understood the art of witchcraft, she bewitched them both, transforming the little brother into a fish and the little sister into a lamb. The little fish swam back and forth in the pond and was sad, and the little lamb walked back and forth in the meadow and was sad and would not eat. She would not even touch one blade of grass. Thus a long time passed, and then some strangers came as guests to the castle. The treacherous stepmother thought, "Now is my chance." and called the cook and said to him, "Go and fetch the lamb from the meadow and slaughter it. We have nothing else for our guests." The cook went and got the little lamb, took her into the kitchen and tied her feet together. She bore all this patiently. The cook then took out his knife and was whetting it to kill the little lamb. However, he looked over and saw a little fish was swimming back and forth in the water in front of the gutter and looking up at him. This was the little brother. For when the little fish saw the cook take the little lamb away, he followed them, swimming along the pond as far as the house. Then the little lamb cried down to him, "O little brother, in the lake, my sad heart is about to break." The cook, he makes his knife so sharp to stab it then into my heart. The little fish answered, "O little sister, way up there, my sad heart also soon will break, deep down here in this lake." When the cook heard that the little lamb could speak, saying such sad words to the little fish down below, he was frightened. He thought that this could not be an ordinary little lamb, but must have been bewitched by the wicked woman in the house. He said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Then he took another animal and prepared it for the guests. After which, he took the little lamb to a good peasant woman and told her everything that he had seen and heard. Now, this peasant woman had been the wet nurse for the little sister, and she suspected at once who the little lamb was, and took him with her to a wise woman. The wise woman pronounced a blessing over the little lamb and the little fish, and they regained their human forms. After this, she took them both to a little hut in a large forest, where they lived by themselves, contented and happy. The Wolf and the 7 Young Goats. Once upon a time, there was an old goat. She had 7 little goats and loved them all, just as a mother loves her children. One day, she wanted to go into the woods to get some food. So she called all 7 to her and said, "Children dear, I am going into the woods. Be on your guard for the wolf. If he gets in, he will eat up all of you all, even your skin and hair. The villain often disguises himself, but you will recognize him at once by his rough voice and his black feet." The kids said, "Mother dear, we will take care of ourselves. You can go away without any worries." Then the old one bleated and went on her way with her mind at ease. It was not long before someone knocked at the door and called out, "Open the door, children dear. Your mother is here and has brought something for each one of you." But the little kids knew from the rough voice that it was the wolf. "We will not open the door," they cried out. "You are not our mother. She has a soft and gentle voice, but your voice is rough. You are the wolf." So the wolf went to a shopkeeper and bought himself a large piece of chalk, which he ate, making his voice soft. Then he came back and knocked at the door, calling out, "Open the door, children dear. Your mother is here and has brought something for each one of you." But the wolf laid one of his black paws inside the window. The children saw it and cried out, "We will not open the door. Our mother does not have a black foot like you. You are the wolf." So the wolf ran to a baker and said, "I have sprained my foot. Rub some dough on it for me." After the baker had rubbed dough on his foot, the wolf ran to the miller and said, "Sprinkle some white flour on my foot for me." The miller thought, the wolf wants to deceive someone, and refused to do it. So the wolf said, "If you will not do it, I will eat you up." That frightened the miller, and he made his paw white for him. Yes, that is the way people are. Now the villain went for a third time to the door, knocked at it, and said, "Open the door for me, children. Your dear little mother has come home and has brought every one of you something from the woods." The little kids cried out, "First show us your paw, so we may know that you are our dear little mother." So he put his paw inside the window, and when they saw that it was white, they believed that everything he said was true, and they opened the door. But who came in? It was the wolf. They were terrified and wanted to hide. One jumped under the table, the second into the bed, the third into the stove, the fourth into the kitchen, the fifth into the cupboard, the sixth under the wash basin, and the seventh into the clock case. But the wolf found them all, and with no further ado, he swallowed them down his throat, one after the other. However, he did not find the youngest goat, the one who was in the clock case. After satisfying his appetite, he went outside and lay down under a tree in the green meadow and fell asleep. Soon afterward, the old goat came home from the woods. Oh, what a sight she saw there! The door stood wide open. Table, chairs, and benches were tipped over. The wash basin was in pieces. The covers and pillows had been pulled off the bed. She looked for her children, but they were nowhere to be found. She called them by name, one after the other, but no one answered. When she at last came to the youngest, a soft voice cried out, "Mother dear, I am hiding in the clock case." She took it out, and it told her that the wolf had come and had eaten up all the others. You can just imagine how she cried for her poor children. Finally, in her despair, she went outside, and the youngest kid ran with her. They came to the meadow, and there lay the wolf by the tree, snoring so loudly that the branches shook. She looked at him from all sides and saw that something was moving and jiggling inside his full belly. Good gracious, she thought. Is it possible that my poor children, whom he has swallowed down for his supper, can still be alive? The mother goat sent the kid home and to fetch scissors and a needle and thread. She then cut open the monster's paunch. She had scarcely made one cut before a little kid stuck its head out. And as she continued to cut, one after the other, all 6 jumped out, and they were all still alive. They were not even hurt. For in his greed, the monster had swallowed them down whole. How happy they were. They hugged their dear mother and jumped about like a tailor on his wedding day. But the mother said, "Go now and look for some big stones. We will fill the godless beast's stomach with them while he is still asleep." The 7 goats quickly brought the stones, and they put as many of them into his stomach as it would hold. Then the mother hurriedly sewed him up again. He was not aware of anything and never once stirred. The wolf finally awoke and got up onto his legs. Because the stones in his stomach made him very thirsty, he wanted to go to a well and get a drink. But when he began to walk and to move about, the stones in his stomach knocked against each other and rattled. Then he cried out, "What rumbles and tumbles inside of me?" I thought it was kids, but it's stones that they be. When he got to the well and leaned over the water to drink, the heavy stones pulled him in, and he drowned miserably. When the 7 goats saw what had happened, they ran up and cried out, "The wolf is dead, the wolf is dead." And with their mother, they danced for joy around about the well. The Peasant and the Devil. Once upon a time, there was a clever, wily peasant whose tricks could be much talked about. The best story, however, is how he once got the best of the devil and made a fool of him. One day, the peasant had been working in his field. Just as it was getting dark, he was getting ready to go home, when in the middle of his field, he saw a pile of burning coals. Filled with amazement, he walked toward it, and sitting on the top of the glowing coals, there was a little black devil. "You must be sitting on a treasure," said the peasant. "Yes, indeed," replied the devil, "on a treasure that contains more gold and silver than you have ever seen in your life. The treasure is in my field and belongs to me," said the peasant. "It is yours," answered the devil, "if for 2 years you will give me 1/2 of everything your field produces. I have enough money, but I have a desire for the fruits of the earth." The peasant entered into the bargain, saying, "To prevent any dispute from arising about the division, everything above the ground shall belong to you, and everything beneath the ground to me." The devil was quite satisfied with that. But the cunning peasant had planted turnips. Now, when harvest time came, the devil appeared and wanted to take away his crop. But he found nothing except the yellow, withered leaves, and the happy peasant dug up his turnips. "You got the best of me this time," said the devil, "but it won't happen again. Next time, what grows above ground shall be yours, and what is under it shall be mine." "That is all right with me," answered the peasant. When planting time came, the peasant did not plant turnips again, but wheat. The crop ripened, and the peasant went into the field and cut the full stalks off at ground level. When the devil came, he found nothing but the stubble, and he angrily disappeared into a chasm in a cliff. "That's the way one has to deal with foxes," said the peasant, then carried away the treasure. The 12 Apostles. It was 300 years before the birth of Christ the Lord. And there lived a mother who had 12 sons. But she was so poor and needy that she did not know how she would be able to keep them alive. She prayed daily to God that he might allow her sons to be together on earth with the promised Saviour. When her need became even greater, She sent them, one after the other, out into the world to seek something to eat. The oldest one was named Peter. He went forth and had already walked far, an entire day's journey, when he found himself in a great forest. He looked for a way out, but could not find one, going instead deeper and deeper into the woods. His hunger was so great that he could barely stand upright. He finally became so weak that he had to lie down, and he believed that he was near death. Suddenly, there stood before him a small boy. He glistened and was as beautiful and as friendly as an angel. The child clapped his hands together, causing Peter to look up at him. Then he said, "Why are you sitting there so sadly?" "Oh," answered Peter, "I am walking about in the world seeking something to eat, so that I might be able to see the promised Saviour, for that is my greatest wish." The child said, "Come with me, your wish shall be fulfilled." He took poor Peter by the hand and led him between the cliffs to a large cave. They went inside, and everything glistened with gold, silver, and crystal. In the middle there stood 12 cradles next to each other. Then the little angel said, "Lie down in the first one and sleep a little. I will rock you." Peter did this, and the little angel sang to him and rocked him until he fell asleep. While he slept, the second brother came to him. He too had been brought there by his guardian angel, and he too was rocked to sleep. In a like manner, the others came as well, each in turn, until all 12 were lying there asleep in the golden cradles. There they slept for 300 years, until the night when the Saviour of the world was born. Then they awoke and were with him on earth, and they were called the 12 Apostles. The gifts of the little folk. A tailor and a goldsmith were journeying together, when one evening, just as the sun had sunk behind the mountains, they heard the sound of distant music. It grew more and more distinct. It had a strange sound, but was so pleasing that they forgot their fatigue and walked speedily ahead. The moon had already risen when they arrived upon a hill. Here they viewed a large number of small men and women who were holding hands and dancing around and cheerfully singing with the greatest pleasure and happiness. That was the music that the wanderers had heard. An old man, somewhat larger than the others, sat in their midst. He wore a brightly coloured jacket, and his ice-grey beard hung down over his chest. Filled with amazement, the two wanderers stopped and watched the dance. The old man motioned to them that they too should join in, and the little people voluntarily opened their circle. The goldsmith, who had a hump on his back and, like all hunchbacks, was forward enough, stepped right up. The tailor was at first a little shy and held back, but as soon as he saw what fun it was, he too took heart and joined in. They closed the circle again, and the little people sang and danced wildly forth. However, the old man took a broad knife that had been hanging from his belt, sharpened it, and as soon as it was sufficiently sharpened, looked at the strangers. They were frightened, but they did not have to worry for long. The old man grabbed the goldsmith and with the greatest speed smoothly shaved off his beard and the hair from his head. Then the same thing happened to the tailor. Their fear disappeared when the old man patted them friendly on their shoulders, as if he wanted to say that they had done well by letting it all happen without resisting. With his finger, he pointed toward a pile of coal that lay nearby, and indicated to them through gestures that they should fill their pockets with it. They both obeyed, although they did not know of what use the coal would be to them. Then they went on their way to seek out a place to spend the night. They had just arrived in the valley when the bell from a neighboring monastery struck 12. The singing ceased instantly. Everyone disappeared, and the hill lay in lonely moonlight. The two wanderers found shelter. Lying on beds of straw, they covered themselves with their jackets. They were so tired that they forgot to take the coal out of their pockets first. They were awakened earlier than normal by a heavy weight pressing down on their limbs. They reached into their pockets and could hardly believe their eyes when they saw that they were not filled with coal, but with pure gold. Further, their hair and their beards had also been fully restored. Now they were rich. However, the goldsmith had twice as much as the tailor, because, true to his greedy nature, he had filled his pockets better. However, much a greedy person has, he always wants more. So the goldsmith proposed to the tailor that they stay there another day, in order to be able to gain even more wealth from the old man on the mountain that evening. The tailor did not want to do this, and said, "I have enough and am satisfied. I am going to become a master, marry my pleasant one, and be a happy man." However, to please the goldsmith, he agreed to stay one more day. That evening, the goldsmith hung several pockets over his shoulders in order to be able to carry everything and set off for the hill. As had happened the night before, he found the little people dancing and singing. The old man shaved him smooth once again and indicated that he should take some coal. Without hesitating, he packed away as much as his pockets would hold and then happily returned home. Covering himself with his jacket, he said, "I can bear it if the gold presses down on me," with the sweet premonition that he would awaken tomorrow as a very rich man. He fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, he got up quickly in order to examine his pockets. How astounded he was that he pulled out nothing but black coal, however often he reached inside. "Anyway, I still have the gold from the night before," he thought, and reached for it. Horrified, he saw that it too had turned back into coal. He struck himself on the forehead with his grimy hand and felt that his entire head was as bald and smooth as his beardless chin. Nor was that the end of his misfortune. Only now did he notice that in addition, the hump on his back, a second one of the same size, had grown onto his chest. Now he recognized the punishment for his greed and began to cry aloud. The good tailor, who had been awakened by all this, consoled the unhappy man as best he could, saying, "You were my travelling companion, and you can stay with me now, and live from my treasure." He kept his word, but the poor goldsmith had to bear 2 humps and cover his bald head with a cap, as long as he lived. The Shepherd Boy. There was once upon a time where a shepherd boy, whose fame spread far and wide, because of the wise answers which he gave to every question. The king of the country heard of it likewise, but did not believe it, and sent for the boy. Then he said to him, "If you can give me an answer to 3 questions which I will ask you, I will look on you as my own child, and you shall dwell with me in my royal palace." The boy said, "What are the 3 questions?" The king said, "The first is, how many drops of water are there in the ocean?" The shepherd boy answered, "Lord King, if you will have all the rivers on earth dammed up, so that not a single drop runs from them into the sea, until I have counted it, I will tell you how many drops there are in the sea." The king said, "The next question is, how many stars are there in the sky?" The shepherd boy said, "Give me a great sheet of white paper." And then he made so many fine points on it with a pen that they could scarcely be seen. And it was all but impossible to count them. Anyone who looked at them would have lost his sight. Then he said, "There are as many stars in the sky as there are points on the paper. Just count them." But no one was able to do it. The king said, "The third question is, how many seconds of time are there in eternity?" Then said the shepherd boy, "In Lower Pomerania is the Diamond Mountain, which is 2 miles high, 2 miles wide, and 2 miles deep. Every 100 years, a little bird comes and sharpens its beak on it. And when the whole mountain is worn away by this, then the first second of eternity will be over." The king said, "You have answered the 3 questions like a wise man, and shall henceforth dwell with me in my royal palace, and I will regard you as my own child." The Old Woman in the Woods. A poor servant girl was once travelling through a great forest with her master and mistress. When they were in the middle of it, robbers came out of the thicket and murdered everyone they found. Everyone perished except the girl, who in her fright had jumped out of the carriage and hidden herself behind a tree. After the robbers had taken their loot and departed, she came forth and saw the horrible disaster. She began to weep bitterly and said, "What can a poor girl like me do now? I do not know the way out of the woods. No human being lives here, so I'll most certainly starve to death." She walked about, looking for a pathway, but could not find one. When evening fell, she sat down beneath a tree, commended herself to God, and decided to remain seated there and not go away, whatever might happen. After she had sat there a while, A little white dove flew up to her with a little golden key in its beak. It put the little key in her hand, saying, "Do you see that large tree over there? A little lock is on it. Open it with this little key, and you will find food enough to still your hunger." Then she went to the tree and unlocked it, and found milk in a little bowl and white bread to break into it so that she could eat her fill. When she was satisfied, she said, "It is now the time when the hens at home go to roost. I am so tired that I would like to lie down in my bed as well." Then the little dove flew to her again, bringing another little golden key in its bill. It said, "Open that tree over there, and you will find a bed." She opened it and found a beautiful white bed. Then she prayed to God for protection during the night, lay down, and fell asleep. In the morning, the little dove came for the third time, again bringing a little key. It said, "Open that tree over there, and you will find clothes." Upon opening it, she found garments trimmed with gold and with jewels, more splendid than those of any princess. Thus she lived there for some time. The little dove came every day, providing her with everything that she needed. It was a peaceful, good life. Then one day, the little dove came and said, "Will you do me a favor?" "Gladly, with all my heart," said the girl. Then the little dove said, "I will lead you to a little house. Go inside, where an old woman will be sitting by the fireplace. She will say, 'Good day.' But on your life, do not answer her, in spite of whatever she might do. Pass by her on her right-hand side where there is a door. Open it, and you will enter into a room where there are all kinds of rings lying on a table. Some of these are some splendid ones with glistening stones. Leave them where they are and seek out a simple one which must be among them. Then bring it here to me as quickly as you can." The girl went to the little house and entered in at the door. An old woman was sitting there. When she saw the girl, she glared at her and said, "Good day, my child." The girl did not answer, but approached the door. "Where are you going?" cried the old woman, and grabbed her skirt, trying to hold her fast. She said, "This is my house, and no one can go in there if I do not want them to." But the girl said nothing, pulled away from her, and went directly into the room. On the table, there was an enormous quantity of rings, which glistened and glittered before her eyes. She stirred through them, looking for the simple one, but she could not find it. While she was thus seeking, she saw the old woman sneak by, trying to make off with a bird cage which she had in her hand. The girl went up to her and took the cage out of her hand. Lifting it up and looking inside it, she saw a bird with the simple ring in its beak. She took the ring and happily ran out of the house with it. She thought that the little white dove would come and get the ring, but it did not. Then she leaned against a tree, determined to wait for the dove. As she stood there, it seemed that the tree was becoming soft and flexible, and was letting its branches down. Suddenly, the branches wrapped themselves around her and had become two arms. Looking around, she saw that the tree had turned into a handsome man who hugged her. He said, "You have delivered me from the power of the old woman, who is a wicked witch. She had turned me into a tree, and for a few hours every day I was a white dove. As long as she possessed the ring, I could not regain my human form." Then his servants and his horses, who had likewise been changed into trees, were freed from the magic spell as we, and were standing there beside him. Then they travelled to his kingdom, for he was a prince, and they married and lived happily. The Goose Girl at the Well. There was once upon a time a very old woman who lived with her flock of geese in a remote clearing in the mountains, and there had a little house. The clearing was surrounded by a large forest, and every morning the old woman took her crutch and hobbled into it. There, however, she was quite active, more so than anyone would have thought considering her age. She collected grass for her geese, picked all the wild fruit she could reach, and carried everything home on her back. Anyone would have thought that the heavy load would have weighed her to the ground, but she always brought it safely home. If anyone met her, she greeted them quite courteously. "Good day, dear countrymen. It is a fine day." "Ah, you wonder that I should drag grass about, but everyone must take their burden on their back." Nevertheless, people did not like to meet her if they could help it, and took by preference a roundabout way to avoid her. When a father with his boys passed her, he whispered to them, "Beware of the old woman. She has claws beneath her gloves. She is a witch." One morning, a handsome young man was going through the forest. The sun shone bright, the birds sang. A cool breeze crept through the leaves, and he was full of joy and gladness. He had as yet met no one when he suddenly perceived the old witch kneeling on the ground cutting grass with a sickle. She had already thrust a whole load into her bundle, and near it stood two baskets, which were filled with wild apples and pears. He approached the old woman. "But good little mother," said he, "how can you carry all that away?" "I must carry it, dear sir," answered she. "Rich folks' children have no need to do such things. But with the peasant folk the saying goes, 'Don't look behind you. You will only see how crooked your back is.' Will you help me?" she said, as he remained standing by her. "You have still a straight back and young legs. It would be a trifle to you. Besides, my house is not so very far from here. It stands there on the heath behind the hill. How soon you would bound up thither." The young man took compassion on the old woman. "My father is certainly no peasant," replied he, "but a rich count. Nevertheless, that you may see that it is not only peasants who can carry things, I will take your bundle." "If you will try it," said she, "I shall be very glad. You will certainly have to walk for an hour. But what will that matter to you? Only you must carry the apples and pears as well." The young man felt somewhat uneasy when he heard of an hour's walk, but the old woman would not let him off, packed the bundle on his back, and hung the 2 baskets on his arm. "See, it is quite light," said she. "No, it is not light," answered the Count, and pulled a rueful face. "Verily, the bundle weighs as heavily as if it were full of cobblestones, and the apples and pears are as heavy as lead. I can scarcely breathe." He had a mind to put everything down again, but the old woman would not allow it. "Just look," said she mockingly. "The young gentleman will not carry what I, an old woman, have so often dragged along. You are ready with fine words, but when it comes to be earnest, you want to take to your heels. Why are you standing loitering there?" She continued, "Step out. No one will take the bundle off again." As long as he walked on level ground, it was still bearable. But when they came to the hill and had to climb, and the stones rolled down under his feet as if they were alive, it was beyond his strength. Drops of sweat stood on his forehead and ran, hot and cold, down his back. "Mother," said he, "I can go no farther. I want to rest a little." "Not here," answered the old woman. "When we have arrived at our journey's end, you can rest. But now you must go forward. Who knows what good it may do you?" "Old woman, you are becoming shameless," said the Count, and tried to throw off the bundle, but he laboured in vain. It stuck as fast to his back as if it grew there. He turned and twisted, but he could not get rid of it. The old woman laughed at this and sprang about, quite delighted on her crutch. "Don't get angry, dear sir," said she. "You are growing as red in the face as a turkey. Carry your bundle patiently. I will give you a good present when we get home." What could he do? He was obliged to submit to his fate and crawl along patiently behind the old woman. She seemed to grow more and more nimble, and his burden still heavier. All at once she made a bound, jumped onto the bundle, and seated herself on the top of it. And however withered she might be, she was yet heavier than the stoutest country lass. The youth's knees trembled, but when he did not go on, the old woman hit him about the legs with a switch and with stinging nettles. Groaning continually, he climbed the mountain and at length reached the old woman's house when he was just about to drop. When the geese perceived the old woman, they flapped their wings, stretched out their necks, ran to meet her, cackling all the while. Behind the flock walked, stick in hand, an old wench, strong and big, but ugly as night. "Good mother," said she to the old woman, "has anything happened to you? You have stayed away so long." "By no means, my dear daughter," answered she. "I have met with nothing bad, but on the contrary, with this kind gentleman who has carried my burden for me. Only think, he even took me on his back when I was tired. The way, too, has not seemed long to us. We have been merry and have been cracking jokes with each other all the time. At last, the old woman slid down, took the bundle off the young man's back and the baskets from his arm, looked at him quite kindly, and said, 'Now seat yourself on the bench before the door and rest. You have fairly earned your wages, and they shall not be wanting.' Then she said to the goose girl, Go into the house, my dear daughter. It is not becoming for you to be alone with a young gentleman. One must not pour oil onto the fire. He might fall in love with you. The Count knew not whether to laugh or to cry. Such a sweetheart as that, thought he, could not touch my heart, even if she were 30 years younger. In the meantime, the old woman stroked and fondled her geese as if they were children, and then went into the house with her daughter. The youth lay down on the bench under a wild apple tree. The air was warm and mild. On all sides stretched a green meadow, which was set with cowslips, wild thyme, and 1,000 other flowers. Through the midst of it rippled a clear brook on which the sun sparkled, and the white geese went walking backwards and forwards, or paddled in the water. "It is quite delightful here," said he, "but I'm so tired that I cannot keep my eyes open. I will sleep a little. If only a gust of wind does not come and blow my legs off my body, for they are as rotten as tinder." When he had slept a little while, the old woman came and shook him till he awoke. "Sit up," said she. "You cannot stay here. I have certainly treated you ill enough. Still, it has not cost you your life. Of money and land you have no need. Here is something else for you." Thereupon she thrust a little box into his hand, which was cut out of a single emerald. "Take great care of it," said she. "It will bring you good fortune." The Count sprang up, and as he felt that he was quite fresh and had recovered his vigour, he thanked the old woman for her present and set off without even once looking back at the beautiful daughter. When he was already some way off, he still heard in the distance the noisy cry of the geese. For 3 days, the Count had to wander in the wilderness before he could find his way out. He then reached a large town, and as no one knew him, he was led into the royal palace, where the king and queen were sitting on their throne. The Count fell on one knee, drew the emerald box out of his pocket, and laid it at the queen's feet. She bade him rise and hand her the little box. Hardly, however, had she opened it and looked therein than she fell as if dead to the ground. The Count was seized by the king's servants and was being led to prison when the queen opened her eyes and ordered them to release him, and everyone was to go out as she wished to speak with him in private. When the queen was alone, she began to weep bitterly and said, "Of what use to me are the splendours and honours with which I am surrounded? Every morning I awake in pain and sorrow. I had 3 daughters, the youngest of whom was so beautiful that the whole world looked on her as a wonder. She was as white as snow, as rosy as apple blossom, and her hair as radiant as sunbeams. When she cried, not tears fell from her eyes, but pearls and jewels only. When she was 15 years old, the king summoned all 3 sisters to come before his throne. You should have seen how all the people gazed when the youngest entered. It was just as if the sun were rising. Then the king spoke. "My daughters, I know not when my last day may arrive. I will today decide what each shall receive at my death. You all love me, but the one of you who loves me best shall fare the best." Each of them said she loved him best. "Can you not express to me," said the king, "how much you do love me, and thus I shall see what you mean?" The eldest spoke. "I love my father as dearly as the sweetest sugar." The second, "I love my father as dearly as my prettiest dress." But the youngest was silent. Then the father said, "And you, my dearest child, how much do you love me?" "I do not know, and can compare my love with nothing." But her father insisted that she should name something. So she said at last, "The best food does not please me without salt. Therefore I love my father like salt." When the king heard that, he fell into a passion and said, "If you love me like salt, your love shall also be repaid you with salt." Then he divided the kingdom between the two elder, but caused a sack of salt to be bound on the back of the youngest. And 2 servants had to lead her forth into the wild forest. "We all begged and prayed for her," said the queen, "but the king's anger was not to be appeased. How she cried when she had to leave us. The whole road was strewn with the pearls which flowed from her eyes. The king soon afterwards repented of his great severity and had the whole forest searched for the poor child. But no one could find her. When I think that the wild beasts have devoured her, I know not how to contain myself for sorrow. Many a time I console myself with the hope that she is still alive, and may have hidden herself in a cave, or has found shelter with compassionate people. But picture to yourself, when I opened your little emerald box, a pearl lay therein of exactly the same kind as those which used to fall from my daughter's eyes. And then you can also imagine how the sight of it stirred my heart. You must tell me how you came by that pearl." The count told her that he had received it from the old woman in the forest, who had appeared very strange to him, and must be a witch. But he had neither seen nor heard anything of the queen's child. The king and the queen resolved to seek out the old woman. They thought that there where the pearl had been, they would obtain news of their daughter. The old woman was sitting in that lonely place at her spinning wheel spinning. It was already dusk, and a log which was burning on the hearth gave a scanty light. All at once there was a noise outside. The geese were coming home from the pasture and uttering their hoarse cries. Soon afterwards the daughter also entered. But the old woman scarcely thanked her, and only shook her head a little. The daughter sat down beside her, took her spinning wheel, and twisted the threads as nimbly as a young girl. Thus they both sat for 2 hours and exchanged never a word. At last something rustled at the window, and 2 fiery eyes peered in. It was an old night owl, which cried "hoot" 3 times. The old woman looked up just a little, then she said, "Now, my little daughter, it is time for you to go out and do your work." She rose and went out, and where did she go? Over the meadows, ever onward into the valley. At last she came to a well, with 3 old oak trees standing beside it. Meanwhile, the moon had risen large and round over the mountain, and it was so light that one could have found a needle. She removed a skin which covered her face, then bent down to the well and began to wash herself. When she had finished, she dipped the skin also in the water, and then laid it on the meadow so that it should bleach in the moonlight and dry again. But how the maiden was changed! Such a change as that was never seen before. When the grey mask fell off, her golden hair broke forth like sunbeams and spread about like a mantle over her whole form. Her eyes shone out as brightly as the stars in heaven, and her cheeks bloomed a soft red like apple blossom. But the fair maiden was sad. She sat down and wept bitterly. One tear after another forced itself out of her eyes and rolled through her long hair to the ground. There she sat and would have remained sitting a long time, if there had not been a rustling and cracking in the boughs of the neighbouring tree. She sprang up like a roe which has been overtaken by the shot of the hunter. Just then the moon was obscured by a dark cloud, and in an instant the maiden had put on the old skin and vanished like a light blown out by the wind. She ran back home, trembling like an aspen leaf. The old woman was standing on the threshold, and the girl was about to relate what had befallen her. But the old woman laughed kindly and said, "I already know all." She led her into the room and lighted a new log. She did not, however, sit down to her spinning again, but fetched a broom and began to sweep and scour. "All must be clean and sweet," she said to the girl. "But mother," said the maiden, "why do you begin work at so late an hour? What do you expect?" "Do you know then what time it is?" asked the old woman. "Not yet midnight," answered the maiden, "but already past 11 o'clock. "Do you not remember," continued the old woman, "that it is 3 years today since you came to me? Your time is up. We can no longer remain together." The girl was terrified and said, "Alas, dear mother, will you cast me off? Where shall I go? I have no friends and no home to which I can go. I have always done as you bade me, and you have always been satisfied with me. Do not send me away." The old woman would not tell the maiden what lay before her. "My stay here is over," she said to her. "But when I depart, house and parlour must be clean. Therefore do not hinder me in my work. Have no care for yourself, you shall find a roof to shelter you. And the wages which I will give you shall also content you. But tell me what is about to happen." The maiden continued to entreat. "I tell you again, do not hinder me in my work. Do not say a word more. Go to your chamber, take the skin off your face, and put on the silken gown which you had on when you came to me. And then wait in your chamber until I call you. But I must once more tell of the king and queen, who had journeyed forth with the count in order to seek out the old woman in the wilderness. The count had strayed away from them in the wood by night and had to walk onwards alone. Next day, it seemed to him that he was on the right track. He still went forward until darkness came on. Then he climbed a tree, intending to pass the night there, for he feared that he might lose his way. When the moon illumined the surrounding country, he perceived a figure coming down the mountain. She had no stick in her hand, but yet he could see that it was the goose girl, whom he had seen before in the house of the old woman. "Oh-ho," cried he, "there she comes. And if I once get hold of one of the witches, the other shall not escape me." But how astonished he was when she went to the well, took off the skin, and washed herself, when her golden hair fell down all about her, and she was more beautiful than anyone whom he had ever seen in the whole world. He hardly dared to breathe, but stretched his head as far forward through the leaves as he could, and stared at her. Either he bent over too far, or whatever the cause might be, the bough suddenly cracked, and that very moment the maiden slipped into the skin, sprang away like a roe, and as the moon was suddenly covered, disappeared from his sight. Hardly had she disappeared before the Count descended from the tree and hastened after her with nimble steps. He had not been gone long before he saw in the twilight two figures coming over the meadow. It was the king and queen, who had perceived from a distance the light shining in the old woman's little house, and were going to it. The Count told them what wonderful things he had seen by the well, and they did not doubt that it had been their lost daughter. They walked onwards full of joy, and soon came to the little house. The geese were sitting all round it, and had thrust their heads under their wings, and were sleeping, and not one of them moved. The king and queen looked in at the window, where the old woman was sitting quite quietly spinning, nodding her head and never looking round. The room was perfectly clean, as if the little mist men, who carry no dust on their feet, lived there. Their daughter, however, they did not see. They gazed at all this for a long time, until at last they took heart and knocked softly at the window. The old woman appeared to have been expecting them. She rose and called out quite kindly, "Come in, I know you already." When they had entered the room, the old woman said, "You might have spared yourself the long walk if you had not 3 years ago unjustly driven away your child, who is so good and lovable. No harm has come to her. For 3 years she has had to tend the geese. With them she has learnt no evil, but has preserved her purity of heart. You, however, have been sufficiently punished by the misery in which you have lived." Then she went to the chamber and called, "Come out, my little daughter." Thereupon the door opened, and the princess stepped out in her silken garments, with her golden hair and her shining eyes, and it was as if an angel from heaven had entered. She went up to her father and mother, fell on their necks and kissed them. There was no help for it. They all had to weep for joy. The young count stood near them, and when she perceived him, she became as red in the face as a moss rose. She herself did not know why. The king said, "My dear child, I have given away my kingdom. What shall I give you?" "She needs nothing," said the old woman. "I give her the tears that she has wept on your account. They are precious pearls, finer than those that are found in the sea, and worth more than your whole kingdom. and I give her my little house as payment for her services." When the old woman had said that, she disappeared from their sight. The walls rattled a little, and when the king and queen looked round, the little house had changed into a splendid palace. A royal table had been spread, and the servants were running hither and thither. The story goes still further, but my grandmother, who related it to me, had partly lost her memory and had forgotten the rest. I shall always believe that the beautiful princess married the count, and that they remained together in the palace and lived there in all happiness so long as God willed it. Whether the snow-white geese, which were kept near the little hut, were verily young maiden, no one need take offence, whom the old woman had taken under her protection. And whether they now received their human form again, and stayed as handmaids to the young queen, I do not exactly know, but I suspect it. This much is certain, that the old woman was no witch, as people thought, but a wise woman who meant well. Very likely it was she who, at the princess's birth, gave her the gift of weeping pearls instead of tears. That does not happen nowadays, or else the poor would soon become rich,